Good morning. Oh yeah, it's consistently showing me average stream bitrate too high. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Twitch. Average bitrate too high. Oh, okay. I understand what it means. So it's saying, like... It's saying I'd have, what do you call it? I wouldn't have transcoding options, and my default of 720/60 would be too high for some people? I guess that makes sense, actually. Fuck, maybe I should... I don't really want to record in 30 frames a second. God, that's shit. Maybe I actually need to consider, hitting affiliate. Because I think affiliates by default get transcoding options, which would honestly be better. And if that means that, like, people can actually... Weird. I wonder why it's never thrown that before. Well, maybe they never had, detection for that before. Oh, well. I think we're looking good. I gotta be honest, it took a while for it to happen, and sometimes I'm still like, it's still a bit jarring, but like, Tuliolol music actually kind of slaps. Now, not that it didn't slap before, but it's more like, it didn't feel like... It didn't really match the vibe with Dawntrail as I saw it, but I think the more I've sat with it, like, nah, it does. Or, at the very least, like, I'm, at the very least, I'm just like, or even if it doesn't, it's a fucking groovy song. It's kind of like, I think Radz at Han struck a good kind of, balance between feeling like it was appropriate for the place, and also very, what's the word I want to use here? Like, kind of flexing in the genre it chose to do. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're here with, 7.1 MSQ. And I think a thing to note today is that I have a hard out at 2:30. Because I'm gonna get my ears pierced. So, yeah, like, I straight up, like, at the second we start hitting 2 o'clock, 2:30 my time, it's currently 5 to 9 at the moment, I need to start leaving. So I'm gonna get started now. Usually we ramble a little bit longer, but I think I've rambled enough, honestly. And we will get on started. 1 second while I shuffle some shit around. Close unnecessary shit as well. Alrighty. Yeah, cool. Let's go. If only I G-pose, like, later, then it would have actually caught the sun in the background. It's so much better. This place is so much better looking after dawn. Ironically enough. Alright. Bolwaruk. Bolwaruk is eager to hear how you've been getting on.
Ah, it is a pleasure as always, Aldine. Have you been able to relax lately?
Yeah, you bet. I killed a bee girl. And I went to another world. And then another world. And then I killed a bunch of cactuar. And the great serpent of Ronka.
Wonderful. As busy as you have been with the Rite of Succession, among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tuliolal at a more leisurely pace.
Sampling the tacos at,
Ishbal Yav Tai is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings and absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brukevu, will look after you.
Oh. Oh my god, it's starting off with the actual vacation shit. It's like, hey, now that you're done with MSQ, go chill. That's kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. It would be very funny if the fucking quest text was like, take a break or something like that. It'd be very good.
Ah, well, if it isn't Aldine. Alone today, are you? I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures.
Oh yeah, I did do that.
Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready.
Oh, that's right. I've got to do the role quest at some point, too. I sit down and have a meal. Actually, I should have looked at the quest text there. That might have actually legit said, just take a seat.
Gregarious man. You still love tacos, I hope? You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? Huh? Oh.
No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me.
Right, sorry. It's still strange for me too. Oh, God. Just the other day, you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off Yasalani. And now you're a man grown with a full face of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me.
Relying. Well, relying? Oh, relying. Feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. Can't even start a fire without assistance in my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had Electro. I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I never felt so embarrassed.
I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome.
My wife and children, I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled. But at this rate...
I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever necessary to make it work.
And then Wooklamat came. I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tuliolol.
Wow, Wooklamat? To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There, you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier.
Oh, that's exactly what I need to hear. What I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. Hi. Oh, look who it is. I was just about to go and find you, Aldine. You don't mind company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. Fuck yeah, pull up a chair. I'm not sharing my tacos, though. They're mine. We didn't get tacos last time, and god damn it, I'm gonna have tacos now. Tacos never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? Well, I'm currently thwarting Council of Evil that's trying to use Taral Vidral powers around the world. I went to a plane of existence that seems to be entirely built out of Electriba memories, but not that one, like a different one. Oh, speaking of that former one, I went to another dimension that was like thrown off from that living memory. It's a long story. I fought a bunch of cactuar. Solution 9 opened up. Highly recommend going there, but I beat up a cat girl, a bee girl, a bomb man, and a Ixian woman. It's been a weird vacation. I've been exploring Taral with my trusty alpaca. I've been catching up on sleep. Good. Working to recover some stolen artifacts. I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadian. No, that's really funny, but he does not sleep. What would he be? He'd be most interested in the role quest lines, honestly. I've been viewing reports from the Landsguard. Given my responsibilities, I'm not in a position to chase criminals abroad, so I need someone else to take care of the matter. I'm glad that someone is you. As for myself, I've been kept busy with duties at the palace. Whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way I can better understand the problems they have, and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Oh? Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn says. Do you have time to come to the palace? Of course. Didn't set aside 5 hours of my life not to. Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. You got anything more to say? I know you're a busy man. Rest assured, once this passage of the Unbound business is dealt with, there'll be a full plate of my finest tacos with your name on them. Okie dokie. No, we go up the stairs. Kryl, how did you get up there? So yeah, we're starting off pretty heavy-handed in terms of like, hey, look, it's actually really tough adjusting to life in Tuliolol after being in Solution 9 for so long. Which is like, yeah, like that's the most obvious like path of kind of speaking to what's going to happen in the next few patches, because Alexandria and Tuliolol have to, or Taral, have to kind of like reconcile their differences to some degree. Seems Kona's gone somewhere. Sorry. Oh. Master Aldine. It is always an honor. Val Kona has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. That is like the first typo I think I've seen in this game, at least in Dawntrail. I can't remember the last one. Yep, enter Sunperch. Okay. Now, biggest thing here is... Are we going to be splitting up the Scions a bit more? Or more sensibly? Because... I think my biggest... Oh, we all already in a discussion when Wooklamat tried to come and find me. Oh, wow, that's not voice. Yeah, I think... I don't think the Dawntrail MSQ is perfect. I genuinely think one of the mistakes they made is bringing too many of the Scions into the picture to actually be around. Like, I don't mind Graha and Y'shtola showing up because, yeah, of course they would for something like being described. But, one of the things I think was a big mistake was putting so many people in Wooklamat's party. Like, honestly, I would have taken Alphino out entirely of that party. I would have thrown him with Kona, actually. And if there was more time, actually have a bit more discussion with them, because I feel like the kind of things that Kona's doing have a lot more parallels with Alphino, and I feel like there's some genuinely good moments that could come out of touching upon, like, you know, stuff like the Crystal Braves and all that kind of stuff of, like, you know, just blindly following his ambitions and not really thinking about how that is going to impact people. Or rather, the broader context of those actually affecting people. Because that would have given Kryl and Alizé a bit more time to shine. And Erenville, obviously, too. But, yeah. So, I'm really hoping we don't stack the group again. I feel like that would be a mistake. Oh, you're all here too? Falcona summoned us. Though, truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Harnish culture, you see, in the hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. Kryl and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Hell yeah. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tural. Oh. Y'shtola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Yeah, that makes sense. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You'd like to be stuck with her for a while. Like that's any difference for him. Also, expansion hint? If Y'shtola does not appear once in this patch, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's probably a 0.4, 0.5 thing that's gonna come up. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. And Kona. With Estinian. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sphene. King Galulja and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasselani, I see no reason not to attend. The treatment of Yasselani? Oh. Whoa! Okay, hold on. Are we actually going to grapple with the fact that Alexandria basically invaded? Ooh. I don't know if I want to read treatment as in the state that it's in and how it's being treated, as opposed to how the city, nation, city-state kind of thing was treated from a more political standpoint. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the Queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. People of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. One thing I'm noticing is they're working the camera a lot more. Fucking around with the depth of field for focus and stuff like that. I feel like we really didn't get this kind of camera work earlier in the expansion. Huh. Also, I'd be interested to see if this breaks the 180 rule, because the camera is moving around so quickly to shift to other people's perspectives. I'm not actually sure if we've broken that rule yet. I feel like we might have at one point. It's more important for action and stuff like that, but generally speaking, you don't also want to break that in static scenes either. Indeed. A funeral will give Alexandrians a chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Golusha, but to put his chapter, but to put this chapter behind us. I wonder if they remember Zorulja. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene well as well, after all. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't a way I should go to. Guess you consider yourself responsible for her demise, I take it. That's not a burden you bear alone. Well, that's not a burden you bear alone. Here's my idea. As Val, I'll attend the funeral as a representative of Tuliolal. Meanwhile, you can go in a personal capacity and watch over the people as they mourn. Although I will say, it's doing a little bit too much of the turning away stuff for my liking, but hey. I do like the camera work, though. We're also, like, being a bit more loose with the kind of character animation during conversation, too, which I like. Sorry, this is all stuff that's been in the back of my mind since I played Dawntrail, because, like, I think my biggest problem with Dawntrail is that it just always feels just this a little bit unpolished, right? Or, like, it's stiff in all the wrong places. So the fact that, like, and it's down to this kind of minutia, the literal words that some characters are saying, the sentence structures and, like, what came before it, the scene construction and how it kind of goes from one character to another. This feels a lot more, like, this pace feels a lot more like a river rapid as opposed to, like, feeling like you're being jerked forward on, like, a roller coaster. But it does feel a bit fast, which isn't bad. Because, yeah, ultimately, that I can't really judge that until I've seen, like, broader arcs and how that kind of works. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others. So let us stand with you. Then it's decided.
Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Galulja in the back room. Oh no, not the back rooms again. Although that does mean more shale. Kona? Okay, that was an odd shot. That was a bit of an odd shot. Though I too would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances, I think it is best that Lamatier represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which is taking longer than expected. When the work is complete, we will finally look into installing new thrones. To have Father's throne here still makes me feel he is close by. I'm quite happy for it to remain for a while. Solution 9, my beloved. I've definitely seen some comments that, like, the cities feel a bit barren in, 14. And I feel like Solution 9 is probably, like, the actual biggest example of that. I know some trouble in that has obviously befallen this place, but, like, it's really odd how empty this place is, especially considering the aesthetic. I would expect, like, way more random NPCs around, but I don't know, maybe they're not quite there with the, performance tech. Or even, like, the NPC animation tech to just have, like, many people walking around. You head into the back room. Shale! Glad to see the invitation reached you. As you may have heard, we were able to find data on forgotten funeral customs amidst old records. It appears to have been preserved by those who rued the loss of culture due to the proliferation of regulators. We're grateful for their foresight. Ooh, that's probably going to be a big thing, I feel. Oh, Genol. Hey, you ever heard of the, Redina Consortium? Absolutely can't stand that lot, let me tell you. That's why I give, the Nexus Arcade a wide berth. Even the residential district's too close for me liking, so I just crash it here. Yeah, you seem like the kind of guy. Galulja. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my... Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm very burpy today. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I've brought you a gâteau à chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Don't give the baby king sugar before the funeral, Wooklamat! What are you doing? Thank you, Lamati. And thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? I sure would if I wasn't already looking all the way down. Oh yeah, new feature. Thank you. Oh my god. Like, just bringing this up and not just, like, not just no feedback. So, that's, like, a really tiny UX thing, where, like, you don't...
you want a person to be aware that something is wrong, right? If you press a button and it doesn't work, and it ostensibly should work, you want to tell them why. But oftentimes it's just like, you know, you hit complete, and, you know, maybe the tiny message pops up, but, like, you're not scanning for it, or it's a bit, covered by the, quest thing, or something like that. Whereas, like, putting up, like, a message box with a distinct color, and the operation you need to perform to actually complete the quest, perfect. No notes. For the people to take it on themselves to organize and hold the funeral, it speaks of their enduring love for Sphene. It's a relief to see that Galulja is doing well. He's been through too much for one so young. Is Alphino? Oh yeah, Alphino is here. From a group that plotted to undermine a tyrant king from the shadows to one that aids their fellow citizens in the open. Oblivion has come a long way. Although I'd been in the back room before, there was no time to see the sights. I should take a closer look at the equipment. Papa always said he didn't want a somber funeral, so we celebrated his life together with our victory. I'm sure he would have loved it. I like to think he was watching us from the world beyond, filling his cup every time we filled our own. While we proposed the funeral, the royal administration took on the brunt of the planning. One of their number can better explain what the ceremony will entail. Alexandria mourns. Galulja wishes to go and collect his flowers for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with. Gossan. He was apparently Sphene's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Go on, let's go. Oh, yeah, same line. I do wonder where this is gonna go. Like, because seeing the trailer, it's like, okay, something happens. Something, like, not like, you know, catastrophic, but something that requires, like, action takes place, and yet I'm really having trouble thinking of what exactly is gonna happen. Like, there could be people that, like, object to this, maybe? A lot of ways we could go. Judging from all the activity, I presume the funeral will be held here. While it appears souls are still being issued, supply must be limited now that they're no longer being harvested. The grim faces in the queue tell the tale. It makes sense that Sphene had loyal aides such as Gossan, given how much time she dedicated to walking among her people. Here he is, Gossan. Muklamat's attendance will surely help strengthen relations between the two nations. I get the strong impression that both Tuliolal and Alessandria wish to put this tragic past behind them. But do all of them? Which I think is the question. All correspondence was being handled by the Wing of Reflection, so this is my first time speaking with Gossan. Why, I'm Val Wuklamat of Tuliolal. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sphene's funeral. Oh, we are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gossan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to rev regulators for the funeral? Rest assured they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their person,
upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. Huh. We've been able to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we are able. I see. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower.
See, like, I feel like they barely have the technology to handle this thing. So, like, I can understand why the city is kind of empty if that's the... Yeah. Yeah. I hope they work on it, because Solution 9 being bustling would make that one of the best cities in the game, hands down. So, is anyone gonna speak, or... It's a bit of an awkward movement, honestly. Yeah, there we go.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies?
Sorry, 1 second.
You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we must. We will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow.
It's very odd being at a funeral with everyone wearing, like, fluoro and fucking highly reflective gear.
Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Oh, that's good. I wonder if he's gonna become a big deal. Damn, that is a hairstyle on you, my man. They already put flowers in the etherite. God, that flower looks a lot like the one in 16 that Dion keeps holding around him. They don't have the tech for baby Mumulja flower holding. Oh. Aw. Oh.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
God damn, that's such a wild situation to be in.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
Like, imagine growing up and, like, people just get thrown off to the cloud and you're, like, tacitly aware that that's how it goes. So, like, if you can't remember someone, oh, they must have passed away, but I don't know who they are, so, like, I can't feel any way about it. But you're, like, a kid who's grown up in that situation, and suddenly this is the first person that's died that you could remember. And so, like, the association of remembrance comes with, like, but I can still see her, right? Oh. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
Also,
What will happen indeed?
I'm not gonna lie. My initial impression of so that dialogue was in the trailer, right? And initially I went, oh yeah, kind of more awkward-ish dialogue surrounding this, but like, actually, I think there's something cogent about a kid bringing this up, because I distinctly remember, like, when I was a kid, there was just a night that I realized that death was a thing. Like, and suddenly I had to grapple with my mortality as a person that was, like, a single digit, whose age was a single digit, and, like, just... because that never happened to me before, and it suddenly struck me that that was a thing. And, like, I remember my dad at the time, like, trying to calm me down and, you know, like, talking to me about all that kind of stuff. And I think it reframes it a bit when it's a kid saying that, because, like, yeah, the questions and the responses are very blunt, but of course they would be. A child is trying to grapple with something that they've grown up being true all the time now being false. And something pretty significant, too. And, oh man, and like, this kind of response, too, is just, like, that also feels real, because I distinctly remember, I think it was at a family funeral, where someone's child was, like, starting to talk about that and just asked a really straightforward question along the lines of this. And it just sat with me, like, yeah, how do we grapple with that? Fuck, this dialogue's actually getting me a lot more than I thought it would.
Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
Okay, that's a bit...
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
Ooh. Huh, I hadn't considered that. People migrating to specifically escape trying to grapple with the situation they're in. Damn. Right, well, Clement, let's go.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that.
I'd also like to point out, I think one of the reasons Dawntrail's MSQ hit me so hard is that would have been 2022. I lost 2 people who were pretty close to me. One family member and one friend. Pretty quickly. Like, I think within like 5 or 6 months of each other. I got photos of both of them hanging on my fridge. So like, when we came to this thing about like remembering them and, you know, the minutiae of like what it means to be remembered and kept alive and whatnot. Yeah, little kids asking the blunt, straightforward question here is like so fucking good.
I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
Thank you, Cryle. Definitely not within earshot of the fucking funeral procession. I guess on. Alright. That's a pretty strong opening, I'm not gonna lie. This seems a good place to continue our conversation. Simply leaving Alexandria won't solve all their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. Yep. Seeing that child reminded me of myself. How hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. But that sadness is what gave me strength to come this far. I would never choose to forget it. Never. I hope the altar can provide comfort to those who need it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. That's what we're here for. Grapple with existential dread. Hey, Galulja, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Shale searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. Can't be any other way about it. Do you want to know your mother? I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again. If I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. Most likely. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. Alright. Thank you, everyone. I also have to remember, too, this is the first expansion where I'm gonna be here for a 7.1, 0.2, and 0.3 MSQ that continues the story as it was released. Because my first, like, full expansion experience was Endwalker, and Endwalker's patch cycle was, like, far different. We were going, like, it was, what on earth are we actually going to do, as opposed to, okay, how do we follow on from this? So, yeah. Like, the feelings I'm thinking and the feelings I'm feeling and the thoughts that are going through my mind right now are very distinct in that I'm trying to build off of this kind of stuff before, as opposed to beforehand, where, like, it was just burn all the way through it, you know? We might learn more about my father, too. We might learn more about my father, too? I hadn't thought of that. If this is what Galulja wants, then I'll help him however I can. After all, we're family. I understand all too well Galulja's desire. For the longest time, I found my own father's actions inexplicable. Ugh. Yeah. If no records remain of Galulja's mother, then where do we begin our search? I can very much relate to his feelings. I pray Galulja finds what he seeks. Graha? In search of the past. Graha Tia has an idea on how you may proceed with your investigation. Assuming neither memories nor records of Galulja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Aldine, if you could make inquiries outside in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Okay. Why am I the one that has to go outside? Also, I forgot that place was named the Outskirts, literally. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mamulja woman living in these parts. Much less one connected to Zeralja. You might have better luck talking to the people over at Tanawaltan, at a Tanawaltan settlement to the north of Evakite, a place called Ueyawata. Brazilian son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, their chief's name was Kanaloka. Your exchange with the middle-aged Tanawaltan. Oh, Tanawalta has taught you about Zeralja's devoted. get umbral static here? Damn. Is this house enterable? Does not look to be the case. Oh. You looking for a Mamulsha woman? Oh, Mamulsha's mother. Ah, can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zaralja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Taral Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zaralja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear the king's feat in the past. Oh, so this was before the time jump. So there was already a section of Shaktaral that liked Zaralja? Which I guess makes sense, because there's definitely a lot of everywhere that was into Zaralja's shit. A Mamulsha woman? Her people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolal after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. Intéressant. Also, in hindsight, it was probably dumb to try and ask everyone in Solution 9. Although, I guess, yeah, but she'd be, like, if she died, for example, there'd be no way of, actually gathering information, but I guess that's probably what they want to confirm, right? Does anyone actually know anything about it? Okay, so that leaves a couple of possibilities, and if someone does know, then that eliminates a bunch of others. Ah, you're back too. I told Shale about your search. Zaralja rarely made public appearances, so the people had no idea how he spent most of his time. Yet I believe therein lies the key to the answers we seek. Solution 9 is vast indeed. Even with the teleporters, we could cover but a small portion of it. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find out anything useful. None of the people I questioned had heard of a Mamulsha woman before. Damn. Lamati didn't seem to have much luck. How did you fare? While I failed to learn anything directly related to Galusha's mother, I did find information which may shed some light upon Zaralja. Galusha has told me all. We previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get some. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere with this. Notes concerning a Mamulsha woman who belonged to the Landsguard. Notes concerning a settlement located in Yaweyawata, whose people are said to be fiercely loyal to the king. Oh, that's where the station's located. Notes concerning a battle between Zaralja and a mighty beast which occurred in Yasalani. So you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. I keep losing her accent. It's a bit more normal, but for some reason I was slipping in the Shaloni, or the Shaktaral. So, Zaralja brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yasalani, among whom was a female Mamulsha. His mission was to rid the region of a Taral Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Yaweyawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovering efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about the settlement in Yaweyawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zaralja made regular visits. In Alexandria time? Huh. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. I see. But what could Zeralja have been doing in that village? I think we can answer that question. What? In order to retrace Zeralja's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Origenetics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct orders. Oh. That's the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So, if we look into transportation records... I love her. There it is. Routes are all, full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yaoyawata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's like the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? Okay, so... Oh, man. Here's a thing that I still don't quite understand. And it's the time bubble situation. So, initially, what I thought happened was that Zeralja leaves through the Golden City, spends 30 years there, and then the, fusion happens. But, if the dimensional fusion happened and some amount of time passed thereafter, it's unclear, like, at what point did that happen? Because, like, it's a weird thing in terms of what's been presented to the player, right? Because you see that happen, and obviously timey-wimey things doesn't need to make any sense, which is fine. But I think it's been made, like, distinctly hard to follow, because it's implied that a lot of the 30 years actually... Well, I guess the implication could be that it was more than 30 years for Zeralja, right? Where, like, he goes into Alexandria via the Golden City, and then the dimensional fusion happens, and in the time we take to get there, 30 years pass, but, like, it's been 30, or it could be a part of, it could be a factor of the actual dimensional fusion, that the time within the bubble actually accelerated at such a rate that 30 years actually passed as a result of that. But it doesn't feel like it's very linear, you know? Like, if the majority of the 30 years actually happened, there was a significant amount of time where, the Source and Alexandria were... There's a significant amount of time that passes in the Source compared to the amount of time that passes between the fusion and the attack on Tuliolong? And that's where I'm always confused of, like, okay, so we're talking 30 years, but it seems very fast and loose with when that 30 years actually occurred. Like, was it a result of the dimensional fusion? Did any of that time pass before the dimensional fusion? What amount of time did actually pass during the dimensional fusion? Like, yeah, it's just... And I don't necessarily need an explanation for it, but, like, I feel like the way they have written it has made it deliberately obtuse as to how it works. Which I think on the surface is bad unless they can play with that. Anyway. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing.
Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all of this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. Stop it, Graha. You're gonna make me cry. So, we'll be investigating this secrets facility in Yaoyawata, then. And this time, I want you to come along, Galuja. Yes. Let the child experience the horrors. Because I'm sure very normal things were happening at this facility. Very, very normal. Yaoyawata is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo over the drift downs. I wonder if this is going to be a new area. There was a talk of a new area, but I don't know if that was like... There was some speculation that it was going to be Juno, but... Alright, thank you, Shale. Make your way down to the drift. Make your way to the drift downs when you're ready. Kilusa will have a hover cargo ready for you. Or are we just gonna have another dungeon that spawns off of this port? Because I think that area is the same one that leads to the Origenics. I don't know why my reflex is to say Origenetics. Origenics. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure... Yeah. Weapons developed in secret with the aid of devoted followers. Nothing good will come from this. The settlement in the outskirts was originally Tonawautan as well, yes? I wonder if Yaoyawata is similar to it. Oh shit, there was more people to talk to. Fuck. Whatever. It's fine. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful everyone. Oh yeah, no, it's just accessible from here. Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't expecting a new area just for that. That would be very unusual. Don't worry about me. I'm good at hiding from beasts. Yeah, you sure are. Small talk. We've seen the havoc that Valagamanda wreaked on Urkopacha. I wonder what this other Tural Vidral might have left in its wake. Oh, I didn't consider they might have captured and tortured it or something like that. Although, I suppose... Actually, no. Zaralja took Landsguard there. So, yeah, we've kind of confirmed this is before... The actions of Zaralja were before the Dome. But I guess, like, the Tural Vidral might have been trapped similarly to Valagamanda or something. Because now I'm thinking, like, oh shit, did they actually have a Tural Vidral to experiment in Alexandria? Well, I alone haven't seen much of the Dome. I am no stranger to braving the unknown. I will not slow us down. Promised to look after Galusha, but I've spent hardly any time with him. I'm going to make up for that. I don't know who I'm going to take for my party. Can't help but be reminded of our foray into Origenics of Kafkiwa. If the facility was used to research new weaponry, then it will have tight security.
Even if it has been closed down, let us proceed with caution. Agreed. Party of NPCs, let's go. Who we taking? Can't take... Oh, right, because I'm taking up one of those spots. Okay, so...
Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's get to it.
I want to see what... Oh, no, he's a black mage. Right, I forgot about that.
Let's give it our all.
Let's go.
I stand ever ready.
Yeah. Yeah. The Warrior of Light simp crew. Let's fucking go. Oh, right. Ugh. Alright. I have de-rusted myself a little bit with Picto, so... Oh, goody. Good tunes. Oh yeah, we're getting the fucked up lightning wildlife. Ooh, strings. Hell yeah. Hold on, let me check sound settings. I feel like something's off. I mean, listen, it's not really a surprise that 14's doing well with music, but at the same time, when it does hit, it hits. Thank you, damaged equipment, for clearing the way. prep my spells. Yippee.
Allow me.
Really? Again? That's what I was saying, Aldaze. That is a very small arena. What the fuck? Alright, that's,
Allow me.
oh my god. Sir, could you not? What?
I have you now.
Y'all, please.
I have you now.
Wow, I didn't use any of that fucking hammer.
You underestimate me.
Alright, that was cool. Very busy boss for a caster, that's for sure. Actually, for melee, it probably sucks even more, honestly. This facility is still here. What kind of research did they do here? I bet we're about to find out. Oh boy! A facility with a secret purpose. Canaloca corpus. It's range. You having problems? Ah, quiet. While His Majesty Zaralja is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this concept a reality. Or conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. So this was in the time bubble. Oh, Jesus. I didn't prep any of my shit. Fuck it.
You underestimate me!
Also, hi, Rizaki. Sorry. Caught up in playing the video game. No! Oh, god damn it. Uh-huh. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect that this is because primal instincts remain. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which a body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. Isn't there an S rank that kind of speaks, that was like, oh, this, like, escaped from a facility or some shit? Oh. Oh, goody. Oh, goody! No! No, Wooklamut, these people are not alright! I might have... Yeah, I do have these two. Oh. There we go. No, baby Gulja, no! Ugh. Oh, boy. More research notes. Oh, goody! Yippee! Oh my god! This is just Resident Evil now.
Underestimate me!
Itchy tasty. The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations are observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a Taral Vidral, there it is. I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach may be considered. Yippee. Hold on. Let me actually prep everything this time. Station Spectre.
Hold still.
If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Oh, good. Overseer Kaneloka. He might be in charge, Lamont. God, I haven't done the opening proper in a while. Right. Oh my god. Fuck me. Oh, okay, no. Oh shit, okay. Uh-huh. Oh, that's diabolical. Oh, we can't target him either? Okay. Damn, alright.
No holding back.
Oh, I should have been painting pictures. Fuck. Raha! Fuck!
show!
No holding back.
Alright, that was neat. What that we... Would that we could tame the beast, but the seal is already... Oh. Oh no. Oh, good. Oh, what in the fuck are we about to walk into? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, that's fine, I'm sure. Holy shit. Oh, that's... This is a lot.
You underestimate me!
What the fuck did they do? They really did something with the fucking Terrell Vidral. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck were they doing here? Scientists didn't stop to think, yada yada yada. Jeff Goldblum.
Hold on.
I shouldn't be doing that. I didn't prep shit again. I'm so good at Pictomancy, y'all. Never seen a Pictomance like this.
There. Something special for you. There.
Alright, what fucking hell have you unleashed, you sons of bitches? Ifrit. Lunipiati. Tural Vidral. I was about to make a Monty Python joke, but then they actually just made it a fucking rabbit. Holy shit. What in the fuck, dude? Has that thing been sealed away all this time? Tural Vidral, no doubt about it. You must slay it before it breaks free. Non-recycled models, 10 out of 10, best patch. Are you sure that's... Or skeleton reuse, but not, yeah. No, we got it. Alright, let's go. Let's hear what Yoshi P was worried about. Oh, that looks bad. Sure was. Oh my god. Close enough. Welcome back, Kabi. O'Brien Loaf. That's... Huh? And Ruby Weapon? Alright. Whoa. Yeah, okay. We're still going? Oh, no. Yeah? Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh my god, no. Oh no 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 no. Holy fuck. Alright, they were cooking with this one. They were fucking cooking with this one. Holy shit. That's sick.
No holding back.
Just the beginning.
Hold still.
I can't remember the name of the boss in Tomb of Sargeras, where you're dealing with the holy and fell shit at the same time. Oh no. Hold on. I need to swift past that. Oh, other way. Oh,
Nice, LSA. That's wild. God damn. Faintly breathing, only faintly. Somehow I felt the earth shake. Oh no. Why are we keeping it alive? No, don't. If you...
For all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Vali Armanda.
That is kind of funny considering, when he comes up against Valagarmanda later to be like, you only captured it, but I killed it this time. But it's kind of weak.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility.
Yeah.
The Tural Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. Though I expect Zoralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
Oh no, we have the echo of Galulja's mother because the Tural... Oh no! Fuck!
And so,
oh,
in
maybe
order to
not.
prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tural Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
Whose perspective are these memories, I wonder? Because those two are dead, we know they're not... Oh no, it really was the Mamulsha woman.
So, you've given him permission?
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Lands Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliolal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. that it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours. That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
Damn, don't talk about your junk like that, dude.
Are you alright?
Hey, so, yeah.
Teishelja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kanaloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishelja there.
That's where we're going next then.
There's a very slim chance that that's just the memories of the Tural Vidral, but, yeah, I don't know if I don't think, yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna take a quick break here to get some more water in that, and when we return, we shall wrestle with the horrors. I'm back. So yeah, that was a really good dungeon. I cannot wait to heal that. I bet that last bit there is a fucking nightmare to heal. I bet there are some people that don't know how to fucking do that. And that's gonna be really fun. Oh, man. You can just go out there. Electrostatic dust. It seems this Canon Loco was in charge here. From our recounting, he was quite dedicated to Seralja. The villagers were likely monitoring the imprisoned Tural Vidral at Seralja's behest, but at some point they became involved in the research of souls. Now that the danger is behind us, it's started sinking in just how unsettling this place is. Hard to believe it used to be a village. That you should be able to peer into the Tural Vidral's past. I wonder what that implies for the beast's consciousness while it was sealed away. Yeah, there's like like I said, there's a slim chance that that's just the Tural Vidral's memories of the situation. And like, the camera angle shouldn't be taken seriously, obviously, because even if it was one of the 4 people in that scene, it doesn't make, the camera angles don't make sense. So it could just be kind of like what we did with, Vanar, where we just kind of like ambient ethered our way into an Echo Vision. But the only 2 people that were present for the entire set of conversations were the Tural Vidral and Seralja, one of which we know couldn't possibly have been present, so yeah. I wish I could see into the past like you, then I could see people who are gone. These aren't any other Mamulja women here. For a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuliolal and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. One day I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well. Yeah. Speed. I will say too, Tishalja, like, I was thinking in the back of my mind, like, oh, wow. Imagine if this is what, Virgil and that woman's, kind of, like, actual meeting was. But, like, unironically, that might have been pretty close, which is kind of funny to me. Among the Abandoned. Kryl is eager to begin, searching the research facility. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around, for information as well as a way to the upper level. Okie dokie. Be on the lookout for interactables. You can actually go into these rooms? What happened to the people here? Did they all leave? Or did we already meet them? A little from column A, a little from column B. To think that people actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. Success was far from guaranteed, and even in the best case, they would cease to be men. Was their devotion to Seralja so absolute? Wrought iron gate. It won't open. I don't think it will yield to our shoulders either. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and find the key. A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way. Oh, goody. Going back the way we came. thing to check. Journal lies next to the body. I was transferred to Ueyuata Station in order to train the villagers in the use of electro technology. While a child can quickly learn to operate common contraptions, it will be no easy thing for them to attain the requisite skill to develop new weapons, ones which require no less than the manipulation of souls. Thankfully, 2 of my pupils have demonstrated great aptitude in the field. Keniloka, the village chief, and Tishalja, a field chirurgeon. Further driven by their loyalty to our king, their growth has been remarkable. I dare to hope that before long they will be able to carry out their duties without further instruction, and I may be relieved of my duty. Find nothing resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Yeah, like, I could see kind of how the Tashilja thing happens with, to bring Gulja into existence. Like, she's just, like, rabidly devoted to Zeralja being part of the Landsguard and seeing him do the things he does. I wonder what Beck-Luke would make of this, this research into transferring souls. What? They did what with souls? Oh, bother. Curse them all to hell. Kill them all and let the life stream sort them out. The researchers likely moved between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. It makes me angry to think about what they did here. Yeah. Yeah. Test subject's journal. Open cabinet. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Write good, yes? I am good. Very good. It's probably going to devolve. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit off hand of feeder. Cannot help it, so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater. Must eat. Find nothing that resembles a verification key. Failing through the filing cabinets now. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. I wonder if you find it in the last place you search, or if it's always in the cabinet. Because if you went straight to the cabinet, then you'd miss out on some of the other shit, which, you know, ain't great. Found the key. Great, I'll call the others. Fuck, that's a good shot. Yeah, whoever is directing the cutscenes in this, like, they know what's up. They know what they're doing. Seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. Get shale here, stat. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Valigamanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then, Let's see if we can find some clues about Galusha's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. Hell yeah. Download YouTube downloader. So much data. I don't know what we should look at. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tishalja. Baby's first Google search. Ah, it brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tishalja, Administrator of Experimental Treatments, Research Logs. This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted. Even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Then let us take it with us back to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to this storage device I brought. Thank God all of Alexandria's computers are USB compatible. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us. I admit that Tural Vidral gave me a fright at first, and I remembered who felled the mighty Valagarmanda. Us! I'll not soon forget our visit to that facility. It was a troubling reminder of the depravity that can arise from the belief that souls are simply a resource to be exploited. Yep. It seems safe to say my brother returned to Yahweh Yawata for the Tural Vidral. He wanted its power, no matter the cost. I'm glad we could find what we sought in that abandoned facility. Kilusa is really good at driving the hover cargo. What if I can learn how to drive it too? Not until you're 18. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. That is the wrong button. Sorry, one sec. Into the back rooms, my good sir. Oh, Geo. You found information on Galunja's mother. You will never cease to amaze. Having now spent some time in these harsh environs, I feel I have a better understanding of how much a steadying presence Sphene was to her people. From what I can see, things haven't changed much since the funeral. People are still listless like before. I've been thinking, it may behoove us to learn how to use the various devices found throughout Alexandria. Better late than never, after all. Good idea, Kryl. The data will be in good hands with Shale. Galunja had no trouble keeping up with during the outing. He really is his father's son. It was Shale who gave me the storage device before we left. She said that we'd probably need it, and we did. Yeah, she's a smart cookie. Welcome back. Galunja has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. In that case, Alize and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. The mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I've finished my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Alright, bye you two. Guidance of the Hetzer. Oh. Geod's concern is writ plain upon his face. Alize isn't wrong. The mood out there is still grim. Some of the Turali remember a time before they were dependent on the Sol system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. Ah, that's why it's mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tural, ones with no elders to care for. Word of that problem has reached us in Tuliolal. My brother is doing all he can to see the Shak-Tural railroad restored to operation, so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot would still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. That's a good idea. To Shaloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. Raha and I will keep an eye on things here in your absence. I would be astonished if they were able to restore railroad service so quickly. The locomotive was nigh obliterated in its collision with the dome. Oh yeah, I suppose there's that. It's not just like fixing the tracks, it's also like making a fucking entire train again. I have plenty of time while I work on this. Trust me. Shishinewezi Springs. I thought we were going to... Oh, we're going to Shaloni Station, not Yasalani. I may be stupid. Oh. Operations are still suspended, but we're trying to remain optimistic. It's good to see you looking well yourselves. Vow resolve. Minaldine Fellspark debut. What can I do you for? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Ah, scratched on his way. Good, Aaronville. Did our little fucking shut up. God! Ah! That fucking line. God damn it. As the guildship has officially approved my transition from gleaner to independent contractor, I was in need of a more befitting attire. You're here about the railroad too? It was in part for my sake that the original Dawn Blazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lamati has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawn Blazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations, but now we're back to our original problem. How to run a railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of the Mewahet Zone. That is ironic.
Though the Hetzaru that follow them are none too pleased about the Hetzo being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The Ronek will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the rail routes plotted to avoid the Ronek's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronek's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewa Hetson for their insight. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hetzaru have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to Hetzaru the rest of you can accompany us to the Hetzaru encampment if you like. That sounds good. I'm glad we're coming back to this, because this particular plot point was, like, dropped, and then, like, obviously because of the fucking dimensional fusion, everything just went out the window. So, yeah, I actually... Oh, man. I need to look back at it and really think how I feel about it, because, like, there were definitely some people that don't like the fact that this was just kind of, like, introduced and then dropped immediately because Alexandria came along. But I'm curious to see what people think now that we're coming back to it, because it's like, okay, we're not actually dismissing this problem. This was a problem that got interrupted by the bigger narrative, and now that we're back to not having the bigger narrative, we are actually dealing with that. So funnily enough, it was actually established early on, it was just completely interrupted. And now while we're in the patch, we already know that this has been a problem here, so we don't actually have to do the work of going through that. But then again, if you left that out of the 7.0 story, that would give you more room for other thing. But the question is at that point, like, what other thing? Like, do you immediately arrive and get your bearings in the place and then shit hits the fan? Suddenly you learn about the train and then later on you learn about that? Because I don't think this approach is invalid, but it definitely makes the 7.0 section feel... What's the word I want to use here? It makes it feel very scattered and unfocused. Which I think is I think that's the point. Like, the narrative suddenly takes a really sharp turn, and, like, that is purposeful, right? That's Kona, a valid reason, is it not? I can scarce believe it. Oh shit, I didn't talk to the rest of them. Fuck. Our resolve, our reason. I bid you welcome to our camp. What brings you all the way to Mewa Hetzo? I thank you for seeing us. Our first concern, our visit concerns the matter of the Shaktaral Railroad. Glad we got that framed in the background. That's a very good shot. You two have noted the Ronik's unexpected change in behavior then. My son, Shepetto, has been looking into this matter. Shepetto? Normally, we'd expect the Ronik to keep to their favored grounds nearby for a while yet. Despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Pyarionan and Yor Tanen. Oh my god, my tongue. Yor Tanane. Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward toward your railroad. Certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any two Hetzaru would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetzaru descent. My parents traveled with Ronik as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I'm forced to assume. Oof. Yeah, I remember him mentioning that. Chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stall-keeper in Tulialal's markets, and that is where the Dawn Servant found and adopted me. I'd already been in the palace some time when Lamatir came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. Knew the pain of solitude. Wanted to spare her that suffering.
Wasn't this voice acted? I appreciate they're probably recycling the dialogue here, but you could have also put in the... Maybe they can't put in voice lines into unvoiced cutscenes? And they have to actually make a voiced cutscene, but then not have any voices in it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a missed opportunity to actually reinvigorate, to, like, put in more voice acting, you know?
As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her.
Truly. I've never heard of the Ronin choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hitsaro willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind.
It must have been some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps, that I might be better make excuses for their actions, never much appealed to me.
Even if it might help you better understand the Ronin's current behavior. Yeah, because, like, that could be related. Exceptional circumstance that forced you to leave. Exceptional circumstance that's making the Ronique shift again.
As is often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hetsaro may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the Ronique, and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind.
We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around.
Will you learn of the Hetsaro culture with me? I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correctly.
Yeah, of course. Then it's settled. You'll learn more about the Ronique, and we'll have a look around the plains. And perhaps in the process, we'll find the answers we seek. Yeah. Erenville and Wooklamart, best friends again. Oh my god, he's got a Kafkiwa thing on his... I need to take a closer look at that when we get to see Erenville again. And he's actually interactable.
My knowledge of the culture I was born into is from written accounts alone. Few of them at that.
Yeah, there is some interesting parallels here between, like, Wooklamart, like, kind of learning the surface level from just, like, being a city girl and that. And not really knowing the cultures well. And then Kona, like, knowing of them through written record, but not really much beyond that. It will be a joy to share our traditions with the new Dawn servants, as we once did with Galul Jar Jar. Also, like, I have to note, Kona's accent is, like, distinct from everywhere in this area, but I don't think we've actually got a voice cutscene with the Hitsaro yet, which I hope we do. I would really appreciate to see if, like, they actually do have distinct voices, because that would suit. But yeah, so I'm keeping them the American accents just because of the general area, though I have to acknowledge that, like, there's something a bit weird about giving that American accent, like, North American accents, when, like, that's distinctly not their culture. But, like, obviously with the mashing that 14 is doing in some ways here, it wouldn't surprise me if that was just the way they did it. Or maybe they've got, like, subtler North American accents.
Quickest way to learn about our life is to do it to do as we do. I hope you're not about manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit. I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. Thank you. Now introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Now, let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. I will say, though, giving this culture the time to breathe in its own patch, like, legit, there is a problem in Dawntrail where there's a bit too much of, there's a bit too much going on in the MSQ, but in a way that, like, you know, sorry, what am I trying to say here? Like, so when I was talking before about, like, you know, having that little section in here before it gets interrupted, because, like, on one hand, that's, like, neat foreshadowing and, you know, doing some groundwork before you build on it here, and you give it more time to breathe in this patch, which I actually really like. But if you took that out and put it all in the patch, like, you get a little less time to, like, really sift through things in this section, but it would relieve the MSQ stuff. Yeah, I'm on the side of, like, this particular section being dropped like that would only be good if they then went back to it, which they are here, so, like, I'm all for this. But there are definitely people who aren't really a fan of it to begin with, so. As you stroke the Runique's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. Comb with the type you're used to would get lost in the tangle like as not. Fur brush. A sturdy brush suitable for grooming even the fluffiest of Runique. Is this good? Ah, Geppetto sent a Runique brush with you, did he? Yeah, how like him. Now, just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. Pet the Runique. You dutifully brush the Runique until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. Well done! With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat, and less susceptible to illness. Common coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries should the need arise. Talkative Hetsaru. I'm afraid I've finished my tasks for the time being, but since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know that the Runique are our Hetso, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On these occasions, we Hetsaru must also part with half our number. You may think it is a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetso. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this is one part of the steppe that we never really talked too much about. Like, well, I guess there was only the one nomadic people among them. With the tribe that girl in pink was in. I forget her name now, which I really shouldn't because they ship her with Sardu and it's fucking amazing. This won't do. I'm gonna go right through it. Without my needle and sinew. Mending kit. Box containing bone needles, sinews, scraps of hide, and other helpful mending accoutrement. Cyrano, thank you, Ryuzaki. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronika they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. Playful Hetsara. Learning about the Hetsara way of life, are you? May have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. I found answers much easier to recall later if I rapped them myself. Our Hetso provide us with sometimes something that we used in medicines. Medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests to sustain our fires. What is it? Bones, hooves... Hooves? Bones? Is it dung? Again? Meat and organ meat. Fuck. I'm gonna say hooves. Both horns and hooves have cores of bone, and we use all these materials, albeit primarily in tent poles, instruments, and the like. It's not quite the answer I was looking for. Oh. To remind you, this material is fit for medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests and other evils, sustain fires, and to flavor food. Have another guess. Meat? No. Alas, not quite. Meat and organs both can be made into delicious fare, and our neighbors are oft glad to trade for them. They do have certain medicinal uses as well, but they aren't fit for all the purposes mentioned in my question. It's not dung. Shut the... Really? Is it dung again? Sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered myriad uses for unique chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetso always provide. Oh, good! Good! Awesome! Whoop. Slammed into the thing. Hey, I did the thing. You smell the grass and the wind. Which is a good thing, I promise. You can nearly be mistaken for one of us, if a bit on the lean side. I have to wonder how Valkona is getting on. Assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but seems his wish to understand us was sincere. I would think so and hope so. Ah, there he is now. Oh. Here we go. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ronik and ended up rather far afield. Found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. Forces back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own task? Have you anything to share? So our life revolves around the Ronik, but in turn the people receive all they need. The Ronik are treasured members of the community as important as family. Revolves around the Ronik. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of the Hetso, rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived where I was meant to be all the same. Mine is not the only way, but at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. Wait, sorry, what was... My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. Right, gotcha. You don't have the frame of reference to understand that this is is obviously the right answer, but that doesn't make it wrong. Yeah. The parents had a duty to the Ronik, as they did to me. So I wondered if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Dural, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetso are concerned. Glad to hear that, Valkona. You're welcome among our herd anytime. Give me the money. Alright, so we're some part of the way there. But the question is, what is actually... Warmth of family. Kona appears loath to part from his Ronique companion. Okay. Kona, how did it go? I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetzo. They nourish the Hetzaro as they grow and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beast to be tamed. Moreover, Ronique are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetzaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we are able to visit the Ronique's once favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronique, even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Raptors, but they looked to be passing through in a hurry. Huh. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters. Earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Though the Hetzaro would have surely put two and two together were the cause geological, I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. Huh. A large animal, perhaps? And a powerful one, like as not. A predator, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had been had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be a Turo Hetzo? Turo Hetzo? Ronique Reaver in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that still Hetzo in the night is another evocative one. Ronique can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turo Hetzo. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. As a well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. Oh, a well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. Cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. Can't tell you why this one is far from home and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronique's consternation is clear, as is our next move. We must drive this Reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. Alright. I'm sure this won't go wrong at all. Never fear. We'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more.
Honestly, I've kind of lost his voice a bit. I need to hear it in cutscene again. Oh. We might hear that then. Ronique Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. Cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Progress through the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be joined. Yep. Please note that if you enter the battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Sure. All good. There it is.
Help! Help!
Let's see here.
Oduda Hetsu is coming this way! It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
Okay, yeah, it does sound like they just have American accents.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
And after they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Make haste! We must protect the Ronek!
I swear the pronunciation was
Don't worry,
Ronique earlier.
we're right behind you.
Fortunate if they ran this way. Find us. Oh dear.
There they are!
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
Whoops, that's a bad angle, Aldine.
That herd should be all right. Let's look for stragglers. The Ronek are to rally too. None shall be left behind. There must be something up ahead. Come! There!
These are no match for the likes of us.
What?
In a panic was clearly an understatement. More are coming!
What? Oh my... Whoop!
mine.
Poor tank briefing. I do wonder if she kind of adjusted to what I did initially. Because that seemed like a very odd set of movements.
All or nothing, then.
Get their asses. Oh, there it is. Oh, god damn it.
It seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. But where's...
Checkpoint! Fuck, I can finally watch a Wolfie stream. Hi, Charles.
Look there!
You ahead of me in MSQ? That's unprecedented. What the fuck?
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs.
What the fuck?
That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
Hi, Charles. Jesus Christ! That's a fucking... Dude, that is a T-Rex. What the shit?
There! That one there!
God, that thing is massive.
Not so fast!
Boy. Also, Charles, remind me to ask you something after this sequence finishes.
Even should it cost me my life. I will save the head soul!
Kona! Are you alright?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronek to safety!
There. You've nothing to fear.
Right! Let's finish the job!
I made a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer! You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
Damn it! Not even a scratch!
Oh, yeah, Jesus, what the hell?
Buy me some time to think, will you? I must have a weakness, and I will find it. Keep it busy. I need time.
He says, and then immediately does Full Metal thing. Oh, yep. Please move. Thank you.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
The thinking corner!
Still no fucking damage to it.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
Power of being a gigantic fucking nerd. Activate. By the scales. Trace that back.
I've got it!
Ow. This is our best chance.
One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... You're done for!
There's some art of that moment that is, ooh. Ooh.
That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now!
I don't want to talk about it.
Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me!
Oh, okay. Yep. I think just always stay opposite of the explosions. Yeah. God damn it.
must disperse that ether ere the river recovers it!
This is going to hurt.
Not if I take all of the power myself. Thank you. Die. Ooh, that one might have been a bit unbalanced. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that definitely should have lasted until the bit after that.
We did it. The Hetzo, are they?
The Ronek have all made it to Mehua Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
Okay, so I guess they've got, like, far subtler North American accents as opposed to, like, basically Texas. Like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense then. So why is that emote flickering in the on-stream chat but not regular chat? That's weird. I thought I saw something flickering out of the corner of my eye, but it turned out it was flickering even worse.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty. The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again.
Yeah, where the fuck do these things come from? Also, yeah, very clearly that is a Kafkiwa thing on Aaronville's bag. Pain.
Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeni Hetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Lozeni Hetta. That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe.
Oh my god.
Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzo!"
Oh my god.
After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Ronek thunder. I ran and ran. And as the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
Save our son.
And what became of their child?
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself.
Yeah.
All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn's servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a pretty good patch so far, I think. Get. Fuck. Come on. Aaronville! Oh, I guess I could walk backwards, yeah. Damn. Certainly got more than we bargained for when we set out to solve our railroad conundrum. I can't imagine how Kona must be feeling right now. At Riva. I suppose it was the same one that... I don't know about that. To know that they had so us safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope that in protecting them we also avenge my parents? It is the least I owe to them, after all this time. Aldine, I thank you for standing by me. As Dawn's servant, and as the often perfect man beneath that mantle. Now, let us return our attentions to the matter we came here to address, shall we? We have removed the root cause of the Ronek strain from their favored grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it would be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Hell yeah. Big thumbs up from the fucking Jesus. Let us return to Shaloni Station and begin work on it then. Wowlika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. There probably is like a decent solution to it. Basically like the vague notion that, or yeah, they would, the Ronek feel a vague sense like, ugh, it's not good to go over there, and not like it is an encroaching predator. Just that it's not good to go there. It's better than most of the other options, for sure. Because a lot of them are either invasive or would encroach on the Hitsara's beliefs, and we managed to actually thread a needle here. Which is cool.
A variety of artisans from across Tural have come to assist the railroad, so I foresee no difficulty in creating the whistle that Kona proposed. This train will be ready in no time. I always carry a spare pair of spectacles or two, as it can be difficult to find replacements outside of the city. You wouldn't believe how many I went through during the Rite of Succession. That's good. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it. Yeah, you could say that. So the Ronek were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. And Falcona's not too bad himself, what with this whistle idea. Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight. Yes. So smile. God, I want them to do that again. Just fucking rip it out of nowhere.
We're ready to go.
So what are they gonna do with the whistle? Are they sitting that on the train or on the tracks themselves?
She looks as good as new.
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here. But as far as the Ronek are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel. And we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through her paces.
Are we getting on the train, or...? Oh yeah, I suppose it is just the engine part of it, not any of the passenger parts.
There's a Ronek up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
So, how exactly does this work?
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
Oh.
It's moving away.
Yeah, and it's not running, so that seems to be good.
Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. With your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
Yippee! So where do we go from here then? I don't know if this is done, but like, I can't imagine it must be. Folks that Val Kona bought in to help rebuild the railroad have already returned home, but I hope we can give them a ride someday. With that, I believe our work here is done. The fine people of Shaktaral Railing can take it from here. Oh, come on. I expect that with the river gone, the Ronek will gradually return to their old habitats. Or habits, and we won't see so many more approaching the tracks. It's good to see that the whistle will be effective in the meantime, however. Now anyone will be able to come and go from the dome as they please. I can't wait to spread the word in Alexandria. I feel like this is gonna lead to a mass exodus. Mass exodus, sorry, not max exodus. Because, like, we already saw that there seemed to be a reluctancy to actually stay in Alexandria if things are gonna be unstable as they are without Queen Sphene. So yeah, I'm curious what impact this is actually going to have, like, politically. For a while there, we were real worried we'd never get the railroad running again. Now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the continent. Watch out, Shaktaral. Here we come. I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once again, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamati. Alright. I don't know how many more quests are left. Actually, let me have a quick look at the journal. Complete. We want Dawntrail main scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like there's probably a couple more left. So I'll take a break here just to break things up, get some more water and that. And when we return, maybe Shale has decrypted some data for us. Oh, what was the question? Yeah. So, have you done this bit of the MSQ, Charles? Hold on a second. Oh, I'm not going BRB right now. I'm gonna actually say what I was going to. Yeah, I finished it. Okay. So, when the cutscene showing, the cutscene just after the dungeon showing, Gululja's potential mother, all I could think was like, oh yeah, so Virgil's wife wanted that power too, huh? Like, am I crazy for thinking like, huh, yeah, that's probably how that happened, huh? Like, damn. Alright. You're not the only one. Okay, good. I'm glad. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Back to it. What are we up to? Crossroads. Oh! This is probably it then. Huh. Never one to stand still, Wuklamut is ready to race back to Alexandria. Well, it's possible that Shale's made some headway by now. And regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shale? What do you have her working on? Galulja's mother. I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kafkiwa we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. Good. That's good. I didn't search for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and I will carry it always. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kafkiwa? What? No. It is merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it would as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yes. Well, you're off to the Dome now, aren't you? Thought I might join you for a time. See if there is what I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course! We can give you the full story on the way there. Oh. Because this is gonna leave us off on something, but I'm just like... But I'm now sitting here thinking, like, where is this gonna go? Like, what are we heading into for the next patch? Glad you're back. We didn't want to keep Galulja waiting any longer than necessary. Ernville is wearing his kafkiwa. That makes me happy. Looks like we arrived at a good time. You must be exhausted. Shall I nip out an energy tonic? Oh gods no, that makes me feel like shit afterward, Kryl. So, Zoralja was conducting secret research in Yawayawata. I have some memories of the place from my childhood. I wouldn't recommend going back there, Ernville, just quietly. It's kinda rough. Simple yet elegant solution, and thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She will be able to share her findings with us imminently. Oh, there's Y'shtola. I'm interrupting something, I gather. Hi. Why, Y'shtola? What brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Skydeep Cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on electro... I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. He would already have notes prepared for her.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Tashul Jah herself.
Audio?
While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
Shut up. Shut the... I see you. I see you. I see you, translation team. I wonder if it's written like that in Japanese. God, I'm so curious.
My name is Teishalja, and I've decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army.
Wow, this was like right before the right of succession, huh?
To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoranja? I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If he could see him, embrace him, surely that would be enough.
Oh no.
So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
My... No, I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be of...
Is this what drove him mad?
Don't. I can't. No. Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all.
Oh my god.
He'll come around. We'll be a happy family.
Girl.
Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well. But I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamarchi. father and mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
We have the technology.
Yeah. Yeah. What a mess. If the dome had not appeared, Sheljar's tale would have been very different. And whether or not she would have been happier, I cannot say. You may find it hard to believe, but until the rite of succession, Zoralja was a good brother to me. Always. I thought that Papa was the best father anyone could ask for. I don't want to think the time we spent together as family was a lie. But by the same token, the bitterness my brother harbored was all too real. Yeah, if I will say one thing about Zoralja, I really wish that they hadn't, like, leaned in so much as, like, oh, bad dude, oh my god, Kyle can sense evil within him. Bad, bad, bad. I really wish it was actually more like, he seems pretty cool, but he has this goal, and it just, there's a dissonance between that doesn't make sense, and then the 30-year span brings that bitterness out, and suddenly it's like, oh, okay, this was in you the whole time, and that explains your conquering kind of side of these things, because you've driven yourself in this way. Yeah. It's okay. I wanted to know more about my parents, and now I do. And I don't regret it. I have Lamati, and Kona, and you, Aldine. I'm not lonely now. Sheljar left written records as well. I'll compile them for Galulja. Perhaps something in them will be of comfort. Yeah, Y'shtola walks in and then gets hit with that, just like... Oh wow, I really did interrupt something, didn't I? No matter how brave a face Galulja puts on, I expect it will take him time to come to terms with this. He's a strong one, though. You needn't worry too much. Why leave such a record, you ask? I cannot be certain, but I believe Sheljar simply wanted someone to know how she felt. To understand. It's better to know. Profound response for one so young. Though I wish he didn't have to be. Galulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. It is fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. Was it the whole story? I mean, it was the broad strokes, to be fair. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Galulja. If you remember one thing, remember that. Yippee! Now then, having shared what I can at present, I am ready to head to Living Memory when you are. I am planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. Can I come? That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell. Oh, but I want to see Shale and Y'shtola adventures. Fuck! Ah! Damn it! A word before you leave. Our network's already spreading word at the railroad. We expected people would be we expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite.
Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tulialal were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Laynode 9. Laynode 9. Laynode. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to speak. Oh, also, now that I think about it, I don't think Solution 9 doesn't have a night theme, does it? I think it's just the one theme all the time. Fuck. Off. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first. Those are the two we saw before.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The first spate of deaths are starting to happen now, yeah.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
I don't recognize that voice.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah, we're really getting into it.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Man. Oh, God.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
What? What?
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do.
Gaston, what are you doing?
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever.
Yeah, but surely they had backups, right?
Oh, motherfucker. What did you do?
You there, Gussin. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve.
What?
But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
Right.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
Did someone modify their fucking memories?
A funeral? For Her Majesty?
Oh my god, all of you people need to take off those fucking regulators. Oh my... Wait. Oh my god, you need to take off the regulators. They're still modifying your memories.
What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria. Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed?
Oh my god, no. It's the whole system is trying to repair itself.
This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless.
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells.
Okay, no, yeah, no. So we chopped the head off the Hydra, but the Hydra's body is still there. Like, the system of Solution 9 is now trying to correct itself by both removing the memories that were causing it to fail and restoring Sphene. They are stuck in this until we violently break them out. Okay, hold on. I need to let this cook.
This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like.
But Sphene, you don't have the ethereal... You don't have the ether to do that. What is your plan?
Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone.
Yeah, let alone you.
But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all.
Is she gonna harvest everyone with the...
One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, I mean, my read on that situation, I think I got off the bat. So, yeah, this is essentially solution. Well, someone could be behind this, but the more I think elegant thing here would be that actually no, this is just Solution 9 systems trying to get back into the process of preserving and protecting her people. Like, whatever produces the AI Sphene is trying to write things in Solution 9. Like, someone could be doing that. I would assume Gasson is not in on this, given the way that the regulators seem to be modifying his memories. So, but then, yeah, it's just like, so is this just whatever system was keeping Sphene up? Well, but wasn't the Meso terminal the source of? It's not to report yet, but we have all eyes and ears out in Everkeep and Heritage found. Sphene was erased. If she's back, then are the Endless? Seriously, what was that? Queen Sphene has returned? How? I feel like we're gonna get a Meanwhile in Living Memory. You saw Sphene with your own eyes, then? So it wasn't someone else? We've heard about the Queen of Reason's proclamation. It was spread through the district like wildfire. Without the Meso terminal, how does she propose to create new Endless? We must contact Y'shtola as soon as possible. Agreed. We only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about near regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Meso terminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness. Presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, it is no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor. It is as if their memories have been erased. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the regulators. But by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. And that guy's, even if some suspect deception, Lost of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. always could. Calling it now, it's an Asian. Yep, meanwhile in living memory. Oh boy! I really hope nothing fucked up's happening there. Nope. You stole what you stolen.
Where am I? My people, are they safe?
Oh my god.
Why am I?
In fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn their fates to learn. Fuck! Are you serious? Oh my god. Hold up. They're obviously not gonna be there, but like, I have to know. Where is living memory? Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Okay, okay. So, one of the other things I noticed that there was kind of a lack of in Sphne's story specifically is really exploring what it meant that, like, Queen Sphene that we met was, like, a distortion of the real Sphene. I mean, yeah, of course they're not going to be here. Probably moved on somewhere else once they found whoever that was that got ejected from the Meso terminal? Like, I have to imagine then that they're, like, one of the people who gives quests in here after the terminals are shut down? Where they're, like, lingering endless. But is this one, like, actually born of the original Sphene's memories and not, like, the AI Sphene that's, kind of, like, become... Oh my god, dude. Yeah, okay. So that's where we're going. Solution, someone is trying to get... I guess I just don't understand the goal. Because, like... So, the idea is to bring together 5,000 people to become endless. So that's the surface, but, like... I don't think that makes sense. There's no way you can sustain it with that much ether, right? So I get the lower number, but my mind honestly goes to, well, hold on a second. You can't possibly sustain 5,000 people. So are you going to drain the ether from those 5,000 people to do something else? She might be in a certain knight's body? I don't think so. Honestly, I feel like, yeah, I honestly feel like it's probably a manifestation of living memory like the Endless usually are. She also seemed... Where am I? My people. Are they safe? Why am I... She looked down in her hand and said, why am I? expecting to see something else, but she doesn't. And our vision shows her having, like, similar hands to Sphene. So either she is, like... She is a being that holds Sphene's memories, that is cognizant of the fact they are no longer human and wondering why they look human. Also, their vision speaks to, like, kind of the sort of motif I associate with the Endless in that way. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, let's lay this out for a second. So, Alexandria is now... Solution 9 in Alexandria is now trying to fix itself. Whether that is at the whims of someone in... whether that is the whims of a person specifically, or a larger effort by the system of Solution 9 that has been put in place, remains to be seen. I would be willing to bet that the 5,000 people are not actually going to become endless, but they're going to be used to fuel something else, like a last-ditch effort to fuse the realms. Well, but then they don't have the key? It could be to create some or empower something within Solution 9 or Living Memory. That's probably my guess, and with this being that's been ejected from the Meso terminal, I imagine that what we're actually going to do is what we're probably going to have is an Ardbert situation where, like, the people have some idea of who the Warrior of Light in the first was, and then Elidibus walks around going, "Hey, it's me, Ardbert, your boy. I'm here to make you all I'm here to awaken the Echo in all of you, and, like, make it so there's lots of Warriors of Light, so I can make it easier to call upon Warriors of Light from other universes, or however that plan went." And it's going to be a similar thing to here, but the difference is that we're going to actually have, potentially, like, the original Sphene. The Sphene from the time that the original Sphene's memories were taken. And we're going to be contrasting that with what Queen Sphene has become, especially in the eyes of her people, because the Queen Sphene that we have here is specifically meant to be the way her people see her to enable this plan. If this was an Ascian, I don't think I want it to be an Ascian, honestly. I think... Yeah, the thing is, I just don't know who. But it's someone that needs a lot of ether. It could be something to bring someone like Zoralja back. Or Zoralja, sorry. Pronunciation. God. Yeah, my mind is kind of racing on that one. And like, the thing that Sphene is saying, too, is, like, so, like, wait, but you can't do that. How could you possibly do that? And what kind of guarantee is that for your people? That, like, I have to take it as, okay, that, like, that is meant to be surface only. Fuck. Oh my god, that is a lot to chew on. That is a lot to chew on. I do have a lot of thoughts. Yeah, me too, and I need time to process it all. I will say, though, I like the direction this is going. I feel like this is picking up some of the pieces that have been left behind by the MSQ that could use some expanding, and they're actually doing that. Fucking amazing. Love that. They went back to Hetsaro, which we didn't get a lot of, and we got a little bit more here in a dedicated section to them. And they didn't need to do any of the building of, like, establishing the problems or anything like that, because we'd already encountered them. There was stuff with Sphene that was obviously left behind, and we're very clearly picking up the pieces of that and going, okay, well, you know, Alexandria isn't just gonna go, oh, okay, we'll just accept death. And very clearly they're not. They're very, and not only are they obviously having the really existential questions they need to be questioning, or they need to try and think about, but they've also got... Someone has come in with the image of their lost past and saying, hey, We could just have it. It's just gonna be a select few of you, not everyone. And then I have everyone fighting over the 5,000 regulators to make sure I have 5,000 people. I don't know why we need 5,000 specifically. Do we need that? Is that because we're going to turn them into something else? Is it because we're going to use their ether to fuel something? Yeah, I like it. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. And then Shale and Y'shtola adventures. I'm glad they're key to the next patch's MSQ, but god damn it, I want to see them now. Oh, shit. But yeah, that's gonna be it for 14 today. Since we've got some time, I think I might try and finish off Slay the Princess. I think I might try and do that. I can speed through some of the stuff I was going to do.